then I did the Nevada levels, and then I did the South Pacific Island levels, and then in yesterday's stream I finished the stream doing the first London level. So we've got 3 more London levels left, and then 4 Antarctica levels left. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Did you use the right Lara? It's all good, Keone. That's Lara from Tomb Raider 2, but you can definitely use whichever version you like, so that's no worries at all. The only bit of this mission that I've done is the initial part of the mission because straight away Lara's falling, and if you don't grab and then get to this position safely, she'll just keep on dying every single time. And I didn't feel like reloading my previous save. Not that you can, well, not that I have a previous save to load, but anyway, we have Lara here now, and she's safe, so we'll go from here. It's so close. That's all good, Keone. Yeah, I've got that one that is Tomb Raider 2, then I've got the Tomb Raider 3 one, and I've also got, like, I've got variations for all the old school ones as well. But I keep the primary one for a long time as the third with the Sunnies. Um, but yeah, some great evolutionary changes. You got Syndicate for $9. Never played it. Is it any good? I think for $9, like it's definitely a good bargain for that game, especially now. How long it's been out? It's been out for 10 years almost. um, the thing about Syndicate is I like it. I think it's a good Assassin's Creed game. There's some things that I kind of don't agree with story-wise and how they portray certain things about certain characters, like the main characters specifically and all that kind of stuff. Um, and it does take away the manual jump that Unity was the last game to actually have. So that's a little bit frustrating. But yeah, it's still a really interesting game. The time period is really cool, and the combat can be can be difficult or it can be easy. Like it's one of those things where it just depends. But it's definitely a good Assassin's Creed game, though. For me, it's still the best Assassin's Creed game that Quebec has actually done. That's actually an Assassin's Creed game. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. That's all good, Keone. The DLC is pretty good for that game as well. What version do you have as well, Keone? Is it PC? Is it PlayStation? Is it Xbox? So it's the Xbox version. I gotcha. Unfortunately, the only DLC that you can't get for the Xbox version is the Dreadful Crimes, which is basically the murder mysteries from Assassin's Creed Unity, but for Syndicate. For some reason, the PC version, it can have the DLC, but not the Xbox. Um, For a long time, the PlayStation version didn't have it either, but they changed that. But yeah, it's very weird. 60 FPS upgrade should be smooth. That's true, Keone, yeah. Which is cool that they do that kind of stuff as well. I know it might not seem like a very good thing business-wise, but I think in the in the um, in the way of preserving stuff, it's probably a good idea to actually dedicate a bit of time and money to have someone actually, or a team of people work on adding some kind of like, updates to games, even if they are a lot older. When the blue crystals used to be to give you health boost, it was actually good. But it doesn't do that anymore. Yeah, Jack the Ripper DLC, that's actually really good. Yeah, I like that one. I'd probably say that's the best DLC for Syndicate, is the Jack the Ripper one. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. Enemies become suspicious seeing a dead body. Thanks for redeeming that. I finally went in and edited it and changed the wording. It's not exactly the way it was in Black Flag, which is where I got the idea from, but I think it still works. I had to try and think of a way to have a similar sentiment, but make sure I could add some words and take some words away that still made it make sense. So I thought, enemies become suspicious seeing a dead body. Because the original one that I got from Black Flag is enemies become suspicious when they see a dead body. I just love doing flips and stuff and somersaults in this game and these earlier games in the series. My pitch for a sequel to Shadow of the Tomb Raider would have been, it is 10 years after the events of Yamatai. Lara is holding a memorial for Conrad Roth, and the main villain is wanting to crash the memorial for whatever reason. There can be a reason added later, or there would have been a reason added later. But the point would be that the ceremony gets interrupted, and during the chaos, when everyone's trying to get to cover and all that kind of stuff, Lara casually just walks over to a cabinet or whatever thing, and she pulls out the dual pistols, and then she loads them up, and then she turns around with them aimed, and then that's when it goes to gameplay, and then you start to use the dual pistols for the first time as Reboot Lara. Well, not the first time, but the first time in that series as Reboot Lara using the pistols. So it ties in a homage to the character of Roth 10 years on, and it also has a great way to give Lara the dual pistols again and be able to actually use them in gameplay in the opening cinematic. Well, not the opening cinematic, but one of the cinematics anyway. But the animated series that they did already has Lara getting the dual pistols and using them, so we were kind of robbed as video game players of being able to actually have Lara shoot the dual pistols, in a video game. Shaky. Daffy has gone all weird. You squashed him. It's like Bugs Bunny got like a Acme, what do they call it? The anvil, and dropped it on him. Getting old Lara would be interesting. Well, that's the thing. Like in the reboot game, she's in her 20s, whereas in the old school game, she's in her 30s. So, putting Lara, reboot Lara, in her 30s, would help line it up with classic Lara, and also have, like, I think the logical explanation for Lara in the reboot games in a potential sequel to be able to do flips and somersaults is because in the years since Shadow of the Tomb Raider, she wanted to, of course, because, people, I mean, yeah, there are people that, settle for what they've learned in life and they don't want to learn anything else. But some people want to actually learn new skills. And so it would make sense that Lara would want to learn new skills and that she'd want to keep active and fit, of course. So having her learn gymnastics and things would be really cool, because then she could fall in line with classic Lara, who can do, dives and all that kind of stuff. I mean, she can do a dive, obviously, but I mean to say, like, tumbles and flips and somersaults and, all that kind of stuff. So Lara needs a toothpick and she's pissed. It's quite funny what you can come up with those. That's like a default channel point reward that every streamer gets. Well, not every streamer. Once you get affiliate, you get channel points, but that's like one of the default ones. And out of the default ones that they give you, that was the only one that, for me, was in line with how I do things as a streamer. So I thought, well, highlight my message. Like, I understand why some people have it, but the thing is, I always look at the messages. Like, yeah, I might accidentally miss someone's comment, but it's not on purpose. And I always try to be, as thorough as I can with responding to chat. So, chances are, if you don't see me, if you don't hear my response to your comment, it's not that I'm ignoring you on purpose. It's just simply because I haven't actually looked at the chat yet, and if I have, it's sort of like I will get to your message eventually. earlier I was watching Roger Clark stream. Well, I didn't watch him live, unfortunately. Um, I was asleep by 6 a.m. my time when he actually started his stream, but I watched the VOD on YouTube back of it, and it was just so cool to watch him play that game and to hear his thoughts and to I don't know, it's just it's one of those things I just love to see it. It's great seeing actors play the games that they actually were in. But it's also cool to see them play other games that they weren't in as well. It made me want to actually do a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2 again. But I've got 50 other games to get to. Yeah, Keone, Lara picking her teeth. Could also be when someone has like something stuck in their teeth, but it's not. Oh, sorry, stuck on their teeth, and they're just trying to rub it off. Alright, so we need to go back to where we were now that we've actually made that drill thing change its position, so we can get on top of the drill and pick up the item we need. Lucas, Lara is a toothpick. It makes me think of Rob Schneider, where it's like, Rob Schneider is a stapler in. Uh-huh. So now the fucking rat appears and attacks Lara. Thank you, Keone, for redeeming a Rest in Peace, Lara. So we have some options. We've got Lara doing a dive and neck break. I think I've got Lara being able to get hit by a train still. We've got that. Burned by fire. Keanu, let's test Lara's endurance. Let's see if she can take a train to the body. Let us get onto some train tracks, and I'll have Lara with a flare just in case the lighting doesn't let us see much. I like how the train just instantly stops, as if Lara's body is so solid of an object that even when a fast-moving object hits her, it stops dead. But of course, she, dies. But yeah, thanks for redeeming that as a well, thank you for redeeming that. I mean, I was going to say as an Arnie impression. I'm like, Rod, what the hell? Lara's just built different. Exactly. Also has springs in her legs.
No. No.
Hey there, Ryu. How's things, dude? Oh, I, um, glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. I just remembered, I thought of something the other day. Um, Now, I'm not saying that this would have been a good fit, but could you imagine if they actually did a third Mortal Kombat movie with Paul W.S. Anderson returning, but if Bridget Wilson didn't want to come back as Sonya, imagine if he cast Mila Jovovich as Sonya. Because I thought I wouldn't put it past him to do that if that happened, you know, especially if he were, especially if the third movie was when the characters were older as well. Because I'd say Mila is now in her 50s, I think. Yeah, that's true of you. Yeah, it would depend on how it's handled. Because that can be a big thing too, as well. Sometimes the casting of someone on the surface might not feel like it's good casting, but I mean, even the worst actor can be made to look good, and it can work the other way around as well. It's like the best way to make a bad actor look good is to find someone who's even worse of an actor and put them together in the same thing. You do think Mila should have been Jill with a proper Resident Evil script back then, though? Oh, absolutely do. They definitely could have done that. Hey, Mr. Epic. How's things? That sound that you can hear that sounds like a click. I was wondering what it was for a while there, but um, it's actually when the ambient audio ends its cycle and the loop is going to start again. There's that pop. So hopefully that's something they'll fix in a future patch. But speaking of which, you definitely have been brainstorming your ideas for how you would have adapted Mortal Kombat nowadays. Basically, your version of what Mortal Kombat 2021 and 2 should have been. Oh, yeah. That's the great thing, like having something to look at and be able to compare and go, right, instead of doing this, maybe this could have happened instead. There's something somewhere I'm specifically trying to look, but Mr. Epic, good. Woke up too early. You're kind of sleepy, to be honest, but you don't want sleep. I can definitely relate to that for sure, Mr. Epic. I hope you can get some good rest later, though, if you really, really need, to get some good sleep. But it'll be like that too. Like even when I haven't actually gotten enough sleep, I'll still just wake up and just put up with it. Your version of 2021 would have been all about the first tournament, and 2 would have been the Outworld tournament, just like, well, Mortal Kombat 2, the game. Yeah, that would have been a good structure to follow as well. It was always funny in Mortal Kombat Annihilation how they're like, let's just combine Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 into one movie. Here we go. This is where I needed to get to. Just trying to figure out. There we go. I need to come back this way. Or maybe not. This leads to the turnstiles there. I can't go through with the camera that way, that direction. Mr. Epic, been watching some gameplay of that new Death Stranding game. Man, that game looks amazing. The characters look so real, like really real sometimes. But that really makes you think, like, how does the game look so good and amazing, but most games that come out, these look worse than some PS3 games? Yeah, I mean, I think too, there's also probably what budget they get with the game as well. Like, obviously they have the tiers of A, so you have A, then double A, then triple A. Ubisoft would have you believe that they pioneered quadruple A as well. But within those, I imagine that there's certain like thresholds where it's like, okay, this may be a triple A quality game, but this triple A quality game may not have as big a budget as another triple A quality game, and so therefore maybe they're able to do things to an extent that the money will allow, whereas the other one won't be able to as well. Um, but then again, too, like when did the first game came out? It feels like I want to say it came out, didn't it, in like 2019 or something? Maybe it was later than that. It just feels like a game that came out a long time ago now. Because I guess too, it also depends on when they started working on it as well. However, some of the characters die early on, and their death stick. For example, Shang Tsung dies in your Mortal Kombat 2021. Shao Kahn dies in your Mortal Kombat 2. Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely good too as well. It's definitely a good idea to do it that way. Really, Mr. Epic? It was 2015 when it came out. Holy fucking shit! I didn't realize it was that far ago. Yeah, well, I mean, there's the other thing too. That's 10 years worth of development time that they got. I think Kojima is probably at the level now, and he probably has been for a while, where he can pretty much take as long as he wants to get something done. Where it's like other other people, they might be like, "Look, you've been working on this for 5 years now. We need to get release it next year, but I need more years." Nope. Whereas Kojima is like, "I think I need 10 years," and they're like, "That's no worries. Take more than that if you need." Alrighty then. Something that I've missed somewhere along the line. Which is usual for me with this level because it's such a labyrinth. It's like, don't expect me to be a navigator in any situation where navigation is needed. I've got a terrible sense of direction. Like, I might know where to go to get to somewhere, but if someone was to ask me to actually tell them a step-by-step guide to how to go there, I'd probably not be able to do it. But you definitely don't want to reuse the same villains to the point of redundancy, nor do you want to bring back the villains so soon, especially since their previous deaths would be rather meaningless. That's definitely a fair point about Shang Tsung. While of course Mortal Kombat 2 brings him back but rejuvenated to his former, youth. Um, if you're going to do that, at least wait a little bit before you get to that point. Again, we need Lara in Mortal Kombat game. You wonder what a fatality would be? A fatality, that'd be cool. Like, be funny. Wonder what her fatality would be. Maybe she could do something with a ponytail around the character's neck or something. I don't know. Mr. Epic, you curious about his new Metal Gear, like, game he's developing? Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, possibilities are probably endless now to what kinds of games that he can do too. That's a good one, Ryu. Dual pistols blasting the head into pieces. That's true. You could also have like the character get encased in a tomb. Yeah, Kieran, he did the classic after she's done it.
No. No.
Because Rebecca, you still want to play part one, but you're afraid you'll get bored delivering packages all the time. Yeah, it looked funny too when I saw gameplay of people carrying all these heavy things and they almost tip over. Like, it just seemed. That seems where a lot of the comedy can probably come out of the game as well. You take definitely as faithful, but it takes liberties when it needs to, and it's definitely not shackled by canon. That's definitely a good approach too, as well. When you can actually take that approach too, where it actually does work as well. You think some good examples of that approach are things like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man and Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Christopher Lambert definitely was an awesome Raiden. Yeah, that's true too, as well. Sometimes the perspective of someone who's not necessarily overly familiar with something, or people who are, like, it can go either way. Doesn't guarantee either things will be a good interpretation or bad. Keone Bullen Maguire is your goat. Give me rent. Yeah, that's the great thing about Spider-Man 3 is all the memes that came out of it. Now that you think about it, it's the same with Van Damme. Oh, sorry, it's funny. Most Mortal Kombat fans grew up with the games. Meanwhile, you grew up with the movie. Didn't even know at the time that there was a game. Christopher Lambert will always be your Raiden. Now that you think about it, it's the same with Van Damme Street Fighter. I didn't know at the time about there being a game either. That's pretty cool. It just goes to show that the longer a series runs and the different adaptations that are added, it becomes an entry point for so many different fans. Keone, was Spider-Man 1 really popular when it came out? You're a young lad. It really was, Keone, for sure. Yeah, it was a really successful movie. The funny thing was, the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie was actually supposed to come out first, I think. But for some reason, it didn't, and Spider-Man came out instead. So, but you never really liked fighter games like that. You were more into 3D open worlds like GTA. Oh yeah, that's fair enough too as well. Oh, that's fair enough, Keone. Fighting games take a long time for you to learn. They can be a lot of very tricky button combinations and also timings of the presses that you need as well. That can be very, very tricky to get through. Here we go. This. Oh no, it's not. I pressed that. Okay. That's right, I remember now. Yeah, so I pressed that because the same thing happened last time. I interacted with it and Lara jumped up automatically on the spot instead. As Rebbe can never forget Spider-Man 2. Irritating kid that kept losing her balloon. Man, the amount of times you heard, my balloon. Worst is the brat starts crying if you don't get it on time. You're like, listen, you shit, that stupid balloon was already higher than the skyscraper by the time you got here. It's been a long time since I played those Spider-Man games. Oh my fucking god, of course that would happen. Of course she wouldn't grab as falling. Alright, here we go. The pizza delivery song was also really funny. That's one of those things you never forget about that game. Oh, that's definitely something I've forgotten in it as well. That's cool that they got it like that. Keanu, you remember that game being challenging too? Spider-Man 3, the movie, that was atrocious, the movie video game. Oh, I never actually played that one. Yeah, I never played the Spider-Man 3 game based on the movie. You'd think by now, by that point, they would get better at doing that. Mr. Obick, your favorite Spider-Man movies will always be Tobey's. You also really like the Amazing Spider-Man movies, except the ending of 2. But there's something about that new Spider-Man you just don't like. You liked him when he first arrived in the Captain America movie, but every movie after that you're like, meh. The only reason why you liked the No Way Home movie was because the other Spider-Men were in it, and the older villains. Yeah, that was actually quite clever that they got that to happen as well. Because Toby could have easily said no, Andrew Garfield could have easily said no, but they didn't, and there's so many pieces that fell into place for that to happen as well. Okay, so that's that one.
No.
That doesn't fit, so we've only got one of the keys. Alright, I spent too much time trying to rely on my very bad memory. So it's time to look at a guide for the Solomon keys. See where I've gone. I got the key that's located in the big drill. Second key is located in the 3 time door sections, where one must take the furthest door first, push a button there, then the middle door button there too, and the nearest door we can climb. Now monkey swing over the water and claim the key. Alright, time to reset all these doors and switches. Alright. Ah, no, that's yes. The second key is in. That's the time door section. All right, not this one. Um, another Marvel movie franchise you really love, Blade, at least one and two. Absolutely. Apparently there was a third Blade movie in some alternate universe. I think they called it Blade Trinity. Oh my god, Rod. Just do it the other way that you did it 500 times in this stream before now. Here, if I can do it this way. There we go. Here we go. No wonder fucking why. Here we go. Now, completely bypass this area before. That's the fucking switch that I missed. There we go. Exactly, Mr. Goatee. Uh-huh. How's it going, dude? Thanks for the GG's, Kieran. Who knows how long it would have taken... How much longer it would have taken to friggin' figure that out without looking at a guide. Kieran, you'll get lost, lol. Oh, that's the thing about these games, like... Such a labyrinth. And the last time I played this, a few months ago, I didn't make this mistake. This is what I was saying about the other day, where, like, I've got my own RNG that is separate from the actual games that have RNG, where I can do a game, do everything right, then a few months later I play the game again, and fuck up, mess up, forget where to go, miss stuff. Mr. Gote, you've been watching Total Recall on Netflix. You watched the OG one yesterday and new one today. You're ready to redeem Rest in Peace Lara when you did that level with the ramps and falling floor. Yeah, it must have been on cooldown still, maybe. Yeah, I never bothered with the new one. Is it any good? Like, even as a movie on its own? 'Cause it's pretty hard to remake a Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Like, it's like trying to remake Jaws. Mr. Gote was great. They kept everything the same in that at the airport scene when he gets to Mars, he uses a different head for a disguise, and the orange hair lady Arnie used is actually there but older. Well, not Mars, but the check-in station. Sorry. That's a really cool cameo, though, to have her be there. That's really cool. Mr. Gote, Colin Farrell replaces Arnie and still did a great job. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the tricky thing as well. Because the original movie is just so iconic, and Arnie himself is such a larger than life actor and very unique. Hey there, Gamer Loop. I'm doing well, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself? Oh, nice, Gamer Loop. That's cool. Glad to hear that you're going really good. You just finished the entirety of Rise of the Tomb Raider. What a masterpiece. Congratulations, GG's, for finishing it off. That's really, really cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed Rise of the Tomb Raider. It's a really, really good sequel. I really liked Jacob as a character as well, and the documents and stuff that you can read. It's interesting learning about the Deathless Ones and all that kind of stuff. Oh, nice. That's good that you're going to be doing Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. That's really cool. Here we go. All right. Hey there, Raid. How's things? Let me get that redemption for you.
Hey, excuse me. Rod around here? What? Who? You want fries with that? Rod, is he available for communication?
Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. What's that from? Raid. Welcome on in. Hey there, Maxi. Good day to you as well, dude. Things are going pretty good. I got lost in this game and I finally gave in and looked up a guide. And I'm glad I did because where I was missing an item was so intricately um, deviating from where I was that I probably would still be trying to figure it out. I gave it a good shot though. I think probably like it felt like almost an hour. I was trying to see if I could remember where it was. But we're back on track now, so it's going pretty good. How about yourself? How's your weekend going? Ah, I see. So it's another quote from GTA San Andreas. I gotcha. Cool. Yeah, Maxi, absolutely. I don't blame you, because there's just so many nooks and crannies. There's so many maze-like areas. There's also so many sort of like things that are very easy to miss as well. Maxi, weekend is going okay. Going to be a hot day, so thankfully you got a portable aircon and can chill in game. Well, that's really good too as well. It's good to have something like that that you can use because otherwise, yeah, it's not going to be a good time. That's for sure. Oh, that's from the OG Loke mission where he goes to a burger shop and asks for an OG Loke. Maxi, fun fact though, Mad Dog's shirt in the clothes store goes down in price once you steal Mad Dog's rhymes, and OG Loke's shirts go up in price since he stole the rhyme book. That's a really cool detail. That's really, really cool. I never would have actually noticed that. That's a great thing about games that come out is you don't always find out everything about it in the year of release. and then vice versa when Mad Dog gets his revenge. Revenge, is it? Too bad CJ isn't here on this train. I'm hoping that I'll still be able to finish this game today, because what I want to do is I want to combine my Saturdays and Sundays of streams with my Monday through to Thursday game, so that instead of Assassin's Creed being Monday to Thursday, it'll be Saturday to Thursdays. And then there's other games that I want to do as well, so having more days up my sleeve to finish the next grouping of Assassin's Creed games means that I can actually fit in more groupings of other games and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully I can still make that go to plan. But I mean, if it ends up being a situation where next Saturday I have to finish this game, well, so be it, you know. Almost through this level. This level has probably taken me the longest stuff. It feels like the longest I've taken to do a level in this playthrough. It is Maxi, yeah. Yeah, this is still the London part of the game. I did the first level before ending yesterday's stream, and that left me with 3 levels in London, and then 4 in Antarctica as well. Okay, so I've spent enough time on this level, so I'm not going to worry about getting to that other part of the train again. Actually, may as well, since I'm on the path to it. Actually, no, never mind. Maxi, so if you complete this one today, for example, then Last Revelation is next weekend. Not next weekend, no. I want to take a break before doing the next 3 games in the series, and that way I can fit more days as well, because my plan will be to have more days up my sleeve for the rest of the Tomb Raider marathon. Because, yeah, this month it got to the point where I'm like, ah, shit, I need to get moving and cracking on these games I want to play and get them done while I still can. Yeah, it's so funny because for most of the year with the streams, I've just been like pretty casual, where it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if my vampire playthrough takes a few, individual days per week. And then you get to June, you're like, fuck. I need to get cracking. And when I was doing the Doom marathon, I was like, right, I really do need to reshuffle the schedule so that I can stop doing one Doom stream per week. And then that way, when I come back to it later, I can have more days in a row to work on the Doom marathon as well. So it's a little bit like just shuffling things around. Then there's been games where I'm like, okay, I need to put this on hold until I can get these other games done. Oh my god, I've lost track of where I'm fucking going. I should have just kept on going to the end of the level when I was literally at the end of the level. But no, I had to go and explore and try and find some other items and stuff. Alright, here we go. Or not. Spoke too soon. It's going to take me, I think, to somewhere that I... That's right, yeah, I do need to go this way. I think. Nice one, Maxi. Uh-huh. Alright, so we'll let the guy with the torch open the door for the other guy. If you shoot this guy first, then you can't open the door otherwise. This time I'm not going to bother with that, and we're just going to press this switch. Got 81 flares. Won't run out anytime soon. Alright. End of level time. Just want to double check something for a moment. Oh yeah, it opens a door to a secret room. Meh, couldn't be bothered. Spent too much time. Alright, finally, the end of the second London level.
So, you must be after Miss Lee then.
Business, not pleasure.
Though obviously not for revenge, man. You've hardly got the face for that.
And you have?
How moronic a question is that, eh? I don't even have a face, man. I came down here looking for work, and what do I get, eh? But Miss Lee's cosmetic company and her lab assistant job. No experience necessary. Good wage. Accommodation with it. Aye, locked in a flotation tank for days on end in some fetid syrup. And when we come out, 'cause lots of us applied like, no face or flesh, man. And a bootin' doing the waste disposal shoot here. Presumed deed.
Some kind of failed experiment then?
Oh, ta, very much. But aye, and for added insult, when I tried to take my own life, I found it just didn't work.
You mean Sophia's testing some sort of immortality power? Along with her own brand of facelift?
Why, aye, man. Everlasting beauty. She's obviously not fully worked it out yet, but she takes the best results for herself. See, I don't care what your business with her is. You can't be any more shiftless than what she is. So I'm gonna go out of my way to help you. That is, after you've done something for us here, like.
Very generous of you. What do you want?
A bottle of that mummy preservation stuff from the Natural History Museum.
Embalming fluid?
Aye, for rotten flesh you can't whack it, man. The museum's pretty interesting, I'm told. You'll like it.
So why don't you go yourself?
One of them Egyptian lassies there is a bit pissed off, like that she didn't get immortality the way she wanted it. And seeing as we've done better than her in that department, I didn't care to imagine what curse we could get given any worse than what we've got already, like. You'll be fine though, pet. You die easily.
Thanks.
Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Hey there, Octavius. Good morning. Doing well today? Working on the London levels in Tomb Raider 3. Almost done with them. Including this one, there's 2 left. The next one is really short because it's basically a boss fight. And then after that I've got 4 more levels. So hopefully I'll finish the game today. But if I need next Saturday, then so be it. But we'll just see how we go. Might make up for some time because the previous level that I just finished has taken me about 2 hours and 40 minutes to do. It's a very tricky level, lots of maze-like areas, lots of switches you need to press and things that you can miss easily, so I was glad to get it done finally. How's things going with you? Octavius, you're very happy. Finally, you managed to complete 100% AC3 Remastered, including AC Liberation, and the Tyranny of King Washington DLC took you exactly 150 hours. That's really, really good, Octavius, that you got all that content done as well. That's definitely a lot of time that was needed, so it's always good to get to the end of a playthrough like that knowing you've gotten everything. Octavius, cheers. Next, do you think you're going to go with AC Liberation standalone game, which has about 30 achievements? And by the way, Rod and Chat, do you find any good deals worth purchasing on Steam now in some of the sales? That's something that I don't really look at too often, actually, to be honest, is the Steam sale stuff. But there isn't really any sort of like games that I want on Steam that if they're on sale I could take advantage of, but hopefully you can find something that's really good. Took less damage falling that way. Alright, not worried about getting every single collectible, so any that we've missed doesn't matter. Plus, after taking so long with the previous level, I want to be getting through this level quicker than I would be if I was worried about getting everything. Alright, so time to do the final London level, which is pretty much a boss fight. Oh no, crap, that's right, there's heaps more shit to do. I was hoping it was over, but no. Not worried about doing this stealthily. That's the best I'm going to be able to get. The harpoon gun in this game is absolutely fucking pathetic. That's why I like to have a lot of medipacks. I can use a medipack in an emergency situation, and I don't have to worry about getting low by using one. Hey there, Dr. Darling. You're back home and you're sweaty as fuck. Well, I hope you can cool down as well. Having intense heat like that would be really, really, sweltering. Thank you for redeeming the rest in peace. Pardon me, the rest in peace, Lara. Did you still want Lara to have a drowning, or did you want her to fall into this lava water that we've come across now? Well, it's not really lava water. She can have a warm bath. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that. It's funny how she slowly sank down first. That's true, Dr. Darling. No. Well and truly not.
Miss Croft, I take it you're ready to sign on.
To what?
Well, my books. You see, with your lifestyle, you'd be the perfect campaign for my products. Just think, you wouldn't be needing those unsightly weapons anymore.
No, but I'll probably have an unsightly face, judging by your past experiments.
My what?
Oh yes, they're all still alive. Very much so, in fact. All I want is the artifact.
Right, in your next life.
We'll see.
Alright, the final London level is pretty much a boss fight arena. Except you don't do a traditional just shoot the enemy till they're dead scenario. Exactly, Dr. Darling. Just went poof in the thin air. Exactly, Dr. Darling. She just evaporated completely. All gone. Alright, 4 more levels left until the game is finished. Now Lara continues her world tour. She's been to India, she's been to South Pacific Islands, she's been to Nevada, she's been to London, and now she's going to go to Antarctica for the final leg of the tour.
This is Hamlet to base. Come in, base. Come in, base. Dead air, man. Gotta get down. This is too much. Hold on back there. That was hairy.
Hey there, Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. How's things? It's friggin' hilarious. It sure is. Lara's just like, well, see ya. Dives out. And he's just like, ah. How's things going, Lucinda? We're finally up to the Antarctica levels now. There was a level, the first level of the stream took me 2 hours and 2 hours and a half, 40 minutes, because there was a key that I needed to get, but the switch that I missed was in such a very convoluted area based on where I currently had Lara at the time that the time I spent trying to figure out what I was missing and all that kind of stuff, I eventually was just like, fuck it. So I looked at a guide and then I was like, oh, so that's where the key is. There's like a switch that I need to get. So I finally got that, and we've finally got through the other 2 London levels after that as well. Yeah, Lucinda, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's a long level, and there's a lot of maze-like areas, and there's a lot of switches, and yeah, there's 2 different train tunnels as well that you've got to navigate through, and then you've got some spike traps you got to watch out for. There's a curtain that is the only curtain you can jump through. So if you don't, that's something else that if you don't know about it, you could spend a long time trying to find as well. But yeah, I was just like, no, I spent too much time trying to find it on my own. Things are going well. You're just getting up and around. Oh, very nice. GG's on finishing Resident Evil Shadows of Rose as well. That's good that she got it done. Listen, thanks for the GGs. Happy to have the playthroughs completed. Now you can move on to other projects. Absolutely, listener. That's the good thing when you get through like a marathon. As much as you enjoy doing it and all that kind of stuff, you get to the point where you're like, yep, that's good. That's done. Can move on to other things then. Listen, as for you, just have some lighthouse work to do today. I think Necro is going to continue Resident Evil 6. You're probably going to play with him to get some ranks in for the support characters. Then you might play some more alters yourself later. Oh, very nice. That sounds like a good plan as well. So, I can't remember where I saw Necro up to in Resident Evil 6 before, but what campaign was he doing? Has he done Leon's campaign and someone else's? But that's really cool as well, that you're able to play co-op with him. So that Alters game, what kind of game is it? Is it like a game like Among Us or something? Listen, do we finish Leon's campaign? Got through 4 or 5 of Chris's campaigns, so he's got one more chapter of Chris, then we'll start Jake. That's really good progress with that. Definitely a lot of campaigns and a lot of time it would take as well. Hey there, Biko. How's things going? that bastard. He gets to shoot Lara from an angle she can't shoot back at him from. Lucinda, it's a bit of a survival crafting colony management sci-fi game. The story is very interesting though. The gameplay has elements that remind you of various games like Fallout Shelter, Death Stranding. The sci-fi part and managing the colony reminds you of The Sims, etc. That's definitely an interesting combination of different things. It just goes to show that you can just do so many different combinations of different genres and game types, and even put them into the same game, and all that kind of stuff. Add a lot of versatility to it. Geralt's voice actor is in it. Oh, very nice. That's cool. That's good. There's actually a game called The Occultist that doesn't have a release date yet, but he's also playing the main character in that one, which is really cool to see actors like, I think Doug Cockle is his name, to see different roles. He also plays a role in Alan Wake 2 as well. Oh, he plays the spoiler character. Yeah, yeah, in Alan Wake 2. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. We're just freezing our butts off in Antarctica. I just got to the first of the final 4 levels. How's things with you? Hope you're having a good weekend. Lucinda? Antarctica levels or the Australia levels at the moment? It's definitely a fair comparison, being in winter right here now. Rosie, you've also been playing the Altars, super addicting and fun story. Oh, that's cool. That's good that you're enjoying it as well, Rosie. Lucinda, that's what you're saying. It's not for everyone, you're sure, but you love it. It's a fascinating thing to think about, copies of yourself. That's true too. Oh yeah, you know, makes me think of that movie with Michael Keaton, Multiplicity. Gets a clone, and then another clone, and then another clone, and then as the clone goes along. Oh, sorry, Lucinda. Whoops. I'm doing that a lot lately, unfortunately. I'm missing people's earlier comments. As for the Alter story, it's interesting to you because it's about making copies of yourself, copies that would have existed if you had made different life choices. So you're super glued to the story and you want to know what happens next every time you play it. That's really cool that there's that about that game as well. Keeps you wanting to come back, keeps you wanting to come back for more, and also learn maybe some more, backstory maybe and all that kind of stuff as well. Cheers, Lucinda. Yeah, it's just so funny sometimes. Because sometimes chat scrolls up so fast and it's like, am I up to the right spot? Rosie, should you watch Multiplicity? It's got quite the cast. To be honest, I haven't actually seen it for a very long time, so I don't really know if it holds up or anything. But it was an interesting sort of like concept, and it was kind of like the more copies you make, the less kind of like each copy is, well, I don't know, it's probably a spoiler to mention. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it for a very long time, so I don't know if it holds up as a funny movie or not. Oh yeah, Rosie, you saw some stills and it really did look like an inspiration for the altars. That's the thing too, like the amount of things that are inspired by other stuff, like it's crazy too, because they can come from the most obscure things. Where it's just like, how did the person who was making it make that connection? Like, did they just see it on television one time late at night when it was just randomly on, or Mr. Gute. Uh-huh. Mr. Gute, our mission in Tomb Raider 3. We got through all the level, blah, 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 blah. I'll start again. We got through all the London levels. So now we're on to the final 4 levels. Many I'm doing it too, don't worry. Yeah, it's just so funny sometimes, the tongue twisters. Dr. Darling, Rod.exe has stopped working. Please reboot. Reboot, refresh. Mr. Gote has redeemed Alt 4, F4. Almost half a mil of channel points. That is really, really crazy, dude. That's cool. $494,800 channel points. That's definitely a lot, dude. That's really good. Almost a million of them. Almost half a million, I mean. The thing. Watch out, otherwise it will fully assimilate you. Lara always drops the crowbar, so you need to make sure you pick it back up again, otherwise you have to try and remember where you might have left it. And you could possibly play for another hour before you realize, oh shit, I'm missing the crowbar. Where the fuck is it? Mr. Goatee would be at 500,000, but you did those big redeems. That's totally understandable for sure. Sometimes it's just like, that's a good thing to redeem. Let's redeem it. You know, it might be a very high channel point price one. Hey there, Stardust. How's things? Stardust, good. Just thinking what to play. You woke up early. Oh, that's fair enough too, Stardust. Well, hopefully you figure out what you'd like to actually play, and whatever you choose, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, Stardust. We're up to the final levels of the game now, which take place in Antarctica. Stardust, how does she change so fast? Oh, how do you mean, Stardust? Like, what outfit? Oh, yes, Stardust. Yeah, in the previous levels in London, she was wearing a catsuit, and it was nighttime in London when the final level was done, and so she got a plane ride to Antarctica. So yeah, would have had quite a bit of time to change. Rise of the Tomb Raider, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, the outfit that Lara has in this game, in these levels, there's a outfit in Rise of the Tomb Raider that's inspired by this outfit as well, that you can get. Speaking of which, there'll be 2 more playthroughs of that game this year before the year ends. The next one will be my annual playthrough, and then the third and it's not the third, sorry. After my annual playthrough is done and before the year is finished, I'll do another phase of celebrating its 10th anniversary to finish the year out with. Rosie, ever considered adding a 100,000 point redeem for the big spenders? Yeah, I've sort of thought from time to time of what I can actually do. And there have been some times where I've done a channel point redeem where it's expensive because it decides for an entire playthrough either what kind of approach to take, or even, for example, with GTA 5 last year, I had a channel point redeem for each individual character that for the entire playthrough, the hairstyle that the person who redeemed it wanted would be how the character looked for the whole game. Just with the appearance in terms of like face and hair, because the game keeps on changing outfits on you. So you can choose what outfits you want the character to wear, but then through the natural progression of the story, they'll be wearing something random. So then you have to select them again and then change their clothes again. So I just made it a thing where someone could redeem their hair change and if they had facial hair or not. And then Mr. Gote, as he knows, there was one for when House of Ashes first came out. I played Man of Medan and Little Hope and House of Ashes back to back. Although I did need an extra stream of House of Ashes because it was longer than I anticipated. And the redeem was that for any of the 3 games, whoever redeemed it got to decide which of the 3 games I did a Say Nothing playthrough for. So that's actually what kickstarted off my Say Nothing playthroughs of all the games so far in that series. But yeah, I would actually wouldn't mind thinking about some other, big major channel points as well. We're not sure when that would be though. No worries, Stardust. Rosie, you should change though because you hate hearing the IME part pronounced. Oh, that's totally fair too as well, Rosie. One of the reasons why I changed my channel name from Rod Zombie Gamer to Rod Legion is because um, a lot of people, and it's understandable why, but a lot of people would say the full thing out, and I sort of would feel a bit sort of like bad that they felt they had to say the whole thing as well. And since I have changed the channel name, I've found that when people actually say the full name of the channel, it seems to roll off their tongue a bit better than Rod Zombie Gamer, you know. So if they do choose to call me Rod Legion, it's pretty quick, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But there are other reasons I changed it too. One of the reasons that I also changed it was because I wanted something that was less directly implying that I was a horror game streamer only. You know what I mean? Because I do stream horror games, but I also stream non-horror games. So I wanted to choose a name that wasn't necessarily tied to any kind of like horror or anything sort of theme. Rosie, soon it'll just be Rodo. You're paving the way. Rodo. Rosie, you do stream. Do. Oh yeah, Lucinda, that's totally fair. That's no trouble at all. I really hope that your errands go really, really well. And yeah, definitely wanting to finish this game today for sure. Hopefully, I can make up for the time I was lost in the first London level I did today. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda most recently finished off her Resident Evil marathon, did all the main entries in the series, but also included games like Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 into that as well, and is also doing a playthrough of the game Alters at the moment, and also wants to do, I forgot which Far Cry game it was. Sorry, Lucinda, was it Far Cry 6, was it, or something like that? Which one was it? Oh, it was Primal. Yeah, so Lucinda's going to be doing a playthrough of Far Cry Primal. So definitely recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. Has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well. So definitely recommend. And that's all good for the shout out. No trouble at all. I'll see you when you get back, and hope the errands go well. Hopefully, I will have at least gotten to the final level. If not, well, I'll still keep going. It's still early my time yet, so. Yeah, if it was like 11:30, it'd be a different story though, because I'd probably be finishing at 2 o'clock in the morning. In this upcoming cutscene, Lara is going to make a reference to the Fly remake. from 1986, which starred Jeff Goldblum as the main character, Seth Brundle. And in that movie, because he's turning into a fly, he decides to call himself Brundlefly. And so that's the reference Lara's going to make.
Oh, aye, come in. Make yourself at home. I won't be a minute.
At home, I've just met a man who may as well have been Brundlefly.
Fascinating, isn't it?
He was your own employee.
He was a molecular biologist. He'd have been intrigued with himself. Thanks to this material, his Hox genes were multiplied. Do that, and the complexities of our bodies increase beyond our comprehension. But this is just the fringe of its possibilities we're seeing here. My pal's exposure came from a material impregnated into the meteorite crater. The real capacities lie in its core, which these artifacts you're so attached to will let me access.
But you've no control over this.
This is not just about avidly spawning mutants. It's an entirely natural acceleration of evolution, a real live laboratory of spurred-on life.
Not everyone here wants to be guinea pigs, multi-appendaged or not.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's been hit and miss here for too long. Now the timing's spot on. I can't leave it. The Polynesians fled in their ignorance. Darwin's half-wit sailors the same, ironically making Darwin himself miss this angle on evolution. But now, I'm here. I have the access, the knowledge, the artifacts.
Yes, but you bumped into me in India and sent me to find them for you, bringing me here. Listen to this gibberish. Your perception of good timing is bad.
I don't know about that.
I love that spin. Yeah, Rosie, it's such a great movie. It's a really great example of how to do an effective remake. And it's very sort of like freaky to imagine. For those who haven't seen the movie, basically Jeff Goldblum plays this scientist who has come up with teleportation technology. And he's got these two pods that he's got set up. And he basically gets to a point where he wants to go through himself and teleport himself. He's had experiments with other things, and it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some stuff is teleported to the other pod, and it's all been mixed together, and its DNA has been put together incorrectly, and it's all like, yeah. So he puts himself through, and afterwards he feels fine, he feels really strong, and all this kind of stuff. But he doesn't realize, and this is a spoiler for the movie, he doesn't realize that when he went into one pod, a fly got in with him that he didn't notice. And so when it's taken his DNA and transferred it to the other pod and then reconstructed it again, it's also taken the fly's DNA and mixed it in with his own DNA. And so initially he's really strong and all that kind of stuff, but as the movie goes on, he starts to basically shed not only his skin but also limbs and everything and all this kind of stuff until he literally turns into this big fly sort of thing. He can't just like fly around like a fly can or anything like that, but yeah, it's quite a very sort of like gross transformation as well. But it's a great example of remaking something. I think the original movies were in the 1930s or something, and they were a bit more sort of like, by today's standards, they'd be pretty much, you could probably consider them family friendly. But the remake, not so much. There's actually this scene where he does an arm wrestling thing with this guy, and he not only breaks the guy's arm, I think from memory, but he also tears all the skin off and everything. Anyway, I hope no one was eating while they were listening to this, but yeah, that Brundlefly is a reference to The Fly. Dr. Darling, you just pictured in your head Jeff Goldblum's head on a giant fly's body. You know, it's funny you say that, Dr. Darling, because in the original Fly movies, that's actually what happened. Well, actually not a giant fly's body, but a human with a big giant fly head is what happened in that movie, in the originals. That's where being able to do that move in the remastered version can be a death sentence. In some situations in this game, in the remastered version, being able to do that can make things a bit quicker. Hey, Gorky. Welcome on in. How's it going? Originally, that move was supposed to be put into this game, but they took it out at the last minute. And then they didn't put it in until Tomb Raider Chronicles. But with the remasters, they decided to put it back in for Tomb Raider 3. Excellent, Ogorki. That's really good. Glad to hear that you're going great. It's just flares. Got plenty of those. Got 86 of them. I don't think I'll run out of them anytime soon.
Man, I was robbed by 6 dwarfs today. Not happy.
Very nice, Dr. Darling. Considering, of course, one of the 7 dwarfs is named Happy. Very, very nice. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. My wife is mad at me. She says I ruined her birthday. That's ridiculous because I had no idea it was her birthday. Thanks for redeeming that. Hey Dumbledore, good morning to you as well. How's your weekend going? Going good? Oh, excellent. That's really good to hear. Oh, I see Dumbledore experiencing a rainstorm. Hopefully it doesn't rain on the 4th. Hopefully not, though. You never know sometimes. Even when they forecast whether or not something's going to happen, sometimes the opposite does, or, whichever the way it might be. But hopefully not. Lots of thunder. Oh, really? Hopefully there won't be any, power outages or anything. Hey, Lynch Mob, how's things going? That's a great comparison, Ogorki. It does look like a giant roller coaster. Also the part where it slowly builds as it's going up until getting to the top and then going down. Lunchbob, things are going good. Just making some food after playing Resident Evil 2 Remake. This time you're playing as Leon in a second run. You finally got the Eagle gun and found the upgrade for it, so now every time Mr. X comes around, you just one-shot his head once and run away and go back to what you were doing before. That's really cool. It's great when you get to a point in a game like that where you can just do those one-shot kills, or, in the case of Mr. X, one shot is enough to basically, mess him up quite a bit, temporarily at least until a certain point. But that's great. GG's on that too, as well. I hope you enjoy the food that you're making. Not worried about getting the secrets, so we'll just keep on going till we get to the end of the level. These are the Easter Island heads that were found at the start of the game in the cutscene. Well, they look similar. Hey there, Max. How's things today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Alright, so we technically have 2 levels left, but we really only have 1 when you think about it, because this next one, and then after that, it's basically the final boss fight. Oh, nice, Max. That's really good to hear, dude. As for me, things are going well. Having a good weekend. In a couple of hours, it'll be Monday. But going well. Oh, so still pretty early for you then, Max? Almost 8 a.m. Sunday's just starting. You're in the future. If only I could be able to, like, tell people what winning lotto numbers were and all that kind of stuff. Flinch mob, yeah, and when you found the upgrade for it, you were so glad you cleared the path ahead before you came across more ammo and went back to the area so you didn't waste a lot of ammunition when running back around back and forth, trying to solve a puzzle so you could escape from Mr. X because you forgot he breaks through a wall chasing you. That's the other thing too, like with the remake version of Mr. X, all the encounters that you have with him aren't just scripted like in the original Resident Evil 2. Whereas in the original Resident Evil 2, every time Mr. X appeared, it was only scripted for him to appear. Whereas with the remake, he can randomly also appear outside of the points where they want him to appear, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Octavius, they definitely can be annoying, the ads and stuff. Um, but yeah, anyone who becomes an affiliate and obviously a partner, they do get some revenue from the ads as well. I've always just kept it as the default, so I don't run any extra ads or I don't have it set so that an ad will run every, because some streamers have like an ad that will run every 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, there's probably some who have it even less as well. But I just keep it as what the default is. Oh, that's awesome, Dumbledore. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad that you enjoy. And whether someone's just following, whether they're subscribing as well, it's all appreciated, all the lurkers and everything too. Not going to worry about getting that. There's some invisible platforms that you can go on. Was not expecting that. When did I save it last? Alright, so I think from memory the trick here is to not grab straight away so Lara doesn't grab the ledge across from her, but instead clips through and lands on that platform. Because as you can see, you can't fall and then grab on that one. In the original Prince of Persia, there's actually a ledge. There's probably several like that where the instinct is to hold the grab button as you pass it by, but you need to actually not press it straight away. Wait till the character's head has cleared it and then hold so you can grab the thing that's lower than it. Gorky, that is definitely no worries at all. Like, I can definitely understand for sure. There's definitely a lot of streamers that I'd like to subscribe to, but I just don't have the budget to be able to do that as well. So, definitely don't feel bad or feel like you're any less of a supporter of the channel, because even people who just lurk are appreciated as well. So, because I definitely don't want people feeling like they need to also put aside, priority things that they really need to subscribe either, so I'm definitely one of these streamers that wants people to put themselves first at all times before my channel and my stream. most annoying is the water one. So I'll do that one first. This is why I fucking hate this bloody water part. The spinning fucking blades. Plus getting stuck on the tiny corner of the opening. Two done. Two to go. Yeah, double door. That's happened to me as well, which is very generous of people when they do that. When you get a gift sub, like I've even gotten gift subs from channels that I didn't actually know about, and that can be great too because then you discover a new channel. Hey there, Zereth. Leap of it's a trap. So what would you like Lara to die from, Zereth? We've got the laser sort of beam thing. There's also drowning. Then there's also neck break. Lasers. Yes, let's have Lara step onto that. There we go. Thank you for redeeming that, Zereth. Bit of a sizzle. Barbecued Lara. Zereth, that looks like a lazy trap lol. Yeah, they were like, we need to put some big giant yellow beam of light that will burn you if you let Lara get near it. Lara Croft walks into a tomb. Tomb says, "Oh no, not her again." Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. A tomb becomes sentient and is like, "I've heard about Lara Croft." He's like, "Damn it." Have you noticed for a Tomb Raider there are sure not that many tombs? I mean, this whole Lost City could be a giant tomb, I guess. But yeah, there's definitely been locations that aren't tombs, even in the early Tomb Raider games. to work out the shortcut. I don't know if I worked out the shortcut, but a shortcut. Took a while, of course, but it's a shortcut in the sense that there's a lot of terrain I didn't have to go over. Alright, so one more of these rooms left to do, and that's the fire room. Finally, got the jump. It's a long way to do it, but I became stubborn. Zereth, mostly invisible blocks. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, in the India levels, there was one set of invisible blocks. Lava, is it? Yeah, I was clipping the moment. game now. Hey there, Mendez. Good to see you in chat again. How's things? That was a tough jump, not necessary to do, but okay. Exactly, Mendez, yeah. Yeah. The quicker way is to do it the way that they intended, but I got stubborn and wanted to prove that you can actually do it the way that I did it. Tomb Raider 3 is your personal favorite of the original trilogy, the first classic Tomb Raider game you played. You have a lot of nostalgia for it. That's definitely understandable. It's a really good game. There's definitely some very tricky parts to it, but I do like the fact that you've got all these different locations that you go to, and you can decide which order you do some of them in as well. But yeah, it's going really, really good. Things have been going well. Just ramping up my stream schedule to be 7 days a week again because I got heaps of games to get through before the year has ended. So after this playthrough's finished, the next Tomb Raider game in the marathon will be The Last Revelation. However, I want to have a break from Tomb Raider and do some other stuff and then bring it back. But also restructuring the schedule so that I can do, like upcoming, I've got Monday through to Thursday as Assassin's Creed. But after I finish this game today, Tomb Raider 3, I want to make Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday Assassin's Creed. And then that way I can replace Assassin's Creed with whatever games and have, like basically have 6 days a week, just basically doing the same game and then swap it out. That way I'll be able to get through a lot of the games quicker. But how's things with you, dude? I hope things are going well. It's time for Lara to kill the thing from another world. Not really, but... Mr. Epic, welcome on in. You eventually did fall asleep. Anyway, you were so tired. Oh, that's totally fair, Mr. Epic. That's good that you got some rest, though. That's really, really good. We're just about to finish the game. Just need to destroy this boss, Willard, and then escape, and then boom, done. Bugger. Fucked up on that timing for that final one I got. You prick. Mendez Willard is just that insane. He willingly throws himself inside the ether pool. Absolutely. in the pursuit of becoming some kind of evolutionary supreme being, he's like, yeah, I'll do that. Mr. Epic, thank you so very much for the 17 months in a row. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Epic, and thank you for using your Prime for that as well. I really do appreciate that a lot. Congrats on nailing that jump. Thank you, dude. Thank you. It's one of those things where the way that the game is designed for you to do it is to just basically jump back to the invisible ledge you jumped from originally, and then jump from that ledge to where you need to go. Man, did you like how in the remaster set's boss theme from Tomb Raider 4 was used for Willard? In the original release, there was no music, so you fought Willard in silence. That's true. I can't remember now if it was intended originally to be there, but they just didn't put it in, or whether that was just after doing the remaster. But still, it's pretty interesting. You know, it gives some kind of urgency to the fight too. Exactly, Mr. Epic. Why would anyone want to transform into a spider monster? There's so many like Resident Evil games where that's happening too as well, and they consider the fact that they turn into a monster to be some kind of superior version of them. You know. Man, they're so close and yet so far. That was so annoying when that happened. Laugh my ass off. He's already dead, Rod. I know he is. Yeah. Just wanted to make doubly sure. Plus, I was pissed off at him. You haven't been doing well. Last month, you developed a lung infection. I started using inhalers, and last Friday, before this one, you had massive chest pain that eventually went down to you spending 9 hours in the hospital. You've recovered since, but it's tough. Got to know when to step back and take care of yourself. On top of that, just a day after on last Saturday, your mother's best friend died, so you're still serving emotional support. That's really rough, Mendez, as well, you know, with all that combined to have to deal with. You know, sorry for all the stuff that you've had to go through, you know, like, it's a hell of a lot as well. I'm glad that you've recovered since then, and definitely understandable if it, you know, takes a while and all that kind of stuff to get to, you know, 100% or some kind of normal as well. But that's good that you're there to give support to your mother as well in this you know, difficult time. That's really good of you to do, Mendez. Mendez, she died of natural causes while asleep, though, so there's some comfort in knowing that. Still, they've known each other for 20 years. That's the other aspect, too. You know, it's like the way in which someone passes, you know, if they're lucky to be able to pass in peace, you know, that's definitely a really good, you know, way to have to, you know, pass away, you know, instead of being in pain and everything. Mr. Epic, you mean you understand wanting to be a bird so you can fly, or a tiger or a werewolf, but a spider monster? Yuck. Exactly. I mean, you know, what's how's he gonna go to, you know, parties and stuff like that? when there's that feeling when getting out of the cave for the first time with this background music playing. It's really, really cool how sort of like it's sort of like a relief kind of music too as well. Thank you for the GGs. I really appreciate that, Mendez. Thank you. Mr. Epic, yesterday you bought Suicide Squad for like €3 on Steam. Goes to show how that game tanked. Can't play it now, but when you have your PC next year, you'll try it. You only bought because of Kevin Conroy. That's understandable, Mr. Epic. Yeah, that was a big misstep. They took what they had with the Arkham verse and just basically put it down the toilet. Mendez, you like how the enemy pilot doesn't bother to look up? Exactly, Mendez. I like that moment too. It reminds me of Rambo 3, where you have, I think it's Rambo 3, yeah, Rambo 3, where there's like a standoff in a helicopter, and the guy thinks Rambo's actually dead. Rambo's just playing dead, but then Rambo comes back with a rocket launcher and then blows the guy up. Of course, Lara doesn't use a rocket launcher, but just having two helicopters be on a standoff kind of thing makes me think of that movie. Thank you very much, Keone, for the GGs. So that is my annual 2025 Tomb Raider 3 playthrough finished. The next one in the list for the Tomb Raider series that I'll do is The Last Revelation. However, I won't be doing that straight away. There's a couple of games that I want to put into the schedule as well. But the next stream that you'll see from me when it's Monday will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And since I've finished Tomb Raider 3 today, it means that the Saturday and Sunday will actually become the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday game as